10% of the total GDP. I want that total expenditure to grow to at least 0.6 to 0.7% of the GDP, so that more people with disabilities are getting impacted. And also the economic empowerment is something else that I am looking forward to for people with disabilities, because unless we put economic empowerment as a priority after the trainings that we provide the person with disabilities, the economy will not flourish.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
3 dead, several injured in UP train accident. Focus now on the restoration of the track. Multiple coaches of express train derailed in Gonda yesterday. As per sources, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's son Udhanidhi Stalin can be promoted to the post of Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Modi 3.0 to reveal its budget next week. What are farmers expecting from it? NDTV reports from Madhya Pradesh. 32 dead in Bangladesh unrest. Protesters set fire to state TV headquarters. Protesters want government hiring policy reform.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day."
And in a short while from now on, former US President Donald Trump is due to deliver a speech at the Republican National Convention. This will be Mr. Trump's first speech after assassination bid, where he sustained injuries on his right ear after a bullet fired by a shooter identified as 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks. The assassination attempt claimed the life of one rally attendant, critically injured 2 others, and ended with Crooks shot dead at the scene by a US Secret Service sniper. My colleague Catherine Gibson is now connecting with us to give us more details. Catherine, a very good morning to you from India. What can we expect from Mr. Trump's speech?
Well, this is absolutely a highly anticipated speech behind me in the convention center here in Milwaukee. As you mentioned, the very first time we'll hear publicly from the former president since he survived that assassination attempt. We're hearing reports that he plans to work in the rally attendee who was killed. He was a firefighter, and reportedly President Trump will be carrying some of his gear during that speech. He'll also reportedly have a message of unity. He will not mention the current president, President Joe Biden. Instead, he'll talk about uniting the American people and looking forward to his America First agenda. And that means focusing on the economic needs of the American people versus worrying about foreign entanglements, foreign conflicts. So I have talked to all of the delegates here in the convention. they are very, very anxious to hear from the former president.
Catherine, if you can also give us a sense, while there are reports that now even former US President Barack Obama is asking current US President Joe Biden to step down. Is that true?
Well, those are reports. We are hearing from Obama's camp. We don't have confirmation from the former president himself that indeed he would like to see President Joe Biden step aside and hand over the reins to the Vice President Kamala Harris. A lot of Democrats here in the United States saying that Biden no longer has a good chance of beating President Donald Trump in the general election in November. We are hearing also from Hill lawmakers, they're encouraging the president to step aside. But as of now, Biden has not stepped aside. He is, of course, self-isolating right now at his home in Delaware because he has COVID. So he has stepped back from the public eye. That will give him a little bit of time to think through this decision, because the calls have not decreased in the time that we've been focused on the Republican convention. They've only increased.
Right. Thank you so much, Catherine. And in just a short while from now on, former US President Donald Trump will be addressing the Republican convention. Now shifting our focus to what's happening in Bangladesh. Well, Bangladeshi students set fire to the country's state broadcaster on Thursday, a day after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina appeared on the network seeking to calm escalating clashes that have killed at least 32 people in Bangladesh. Now, hundreds of protesters demanding reform of civil service hiring rules fought back and overwhelmed the riot police, who had fired at them with rubber bullets. That's all we could pack up in this bulletin, but stay tuned and continue watching. My colleague Parmeshwar Baba will be joining you next.
In association.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
The performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become
You are watching the World 24/7 on the NDTV network. I'm Parmeshwar Bafa. Let's begin with a quick look at the headlines we're tracking at the moment. The Republican National Convention rolled into its final day in Milwaukee, culminating in former President Trump's speech accepting his party's nomination as the 2024 presidential nominee. As per multiple reports, Democrats at the highest levels are making a critical push for President Joe Biden to rethink his election bid, with former President Obama expressing concerns to allies and Nancy Pelosi privately telling Biden the party could lose the ability to seize control of the House if he doesn't step away from the 2024 race. The US president is isolating at his Delaware shore home as Democratic support appears to crumble around him. Bangladeshi students set fire to the country's state broadcaster a day after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina appeared on the network seeking to calm escalating clashes that have killed at least 32 people. Labour's proposed foreign policy and security pact with the EU sounds quite promising. This is what the head of the European Parliament's Foreign Affairs Committee has said, adding that the British government should use the next weeks and months to come up with proposals that are as concrete as possible. China's President Xi Jinping has vowed to make high-quality development the guiding force of the world #2 economy, showing few initial signs that the top leadership is preparing to unleash major steps to boost demand or arrest the property slump. Rare photos have captured a previously uncontacted tribe deep in the Peruvian Amazon, emerging from their isolated territory. This sighting comes amid growing concerns about this tribe's well-being. Well, one couldn't script a more extraordinary stretch of events to open the Republican National Convention, where Trump will accept the GOP nomination seemingly at the peak of his powers. Former US President Donald Trump is set to take the stage at the RNC very shortly, where he will deliver a speech as the party's standard bearer just 5 days after surviving an assassination attempt. Trump has said He actually rewrote his speech after surviving the incident at a Pennsylvania campaign rally. And his family and close allies have maintained that the president has been profoundly changed, as Trump and his supporters at the RNC have repeatedly referred to the near miss as an act of God. In fact, there's a new fashion trend among the MAGA crowd at the RNC, one in a line of merch opportunities that have come out of last weekend's assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Introducing ear bandages. At the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee this week, a fashion trend with a difference has emerged. Fake ear bandages, from folded up slips of paper to pieces of tape on their right ears to showcase their solidarity with Donald Trump. For further clarity from Ground Zero, we have with us VOA correspondent Catherine Gibson at the moment. Thanks so much, Catherine, for joining us. Political observers have questioned what a more unifying message from Trump will actually look like and to whom it will apply. Democrats are fully expecting polls after this RNC to show a possible blowout that could bring Democrats in Congress, bring them down in Congress too. What are you picking up on? Trump is expected to address everyone shortly.
That's right. So as you mentioned, Trump is expected to take the stage any moment now with a message of unity. And in going on the convention's floor and speaking to the delegates, the Trump supporters here in Milwaukee, there is an enormous amount of excitement. Instead of the grim and somber atmosphere we expected after the assassination attempt last weekend, instead I'm hearing joy, I'm hearing relief, I'm seeing excitement from his supporters. Many of them wearing now little American flags on their ears to mimic the former president's bandage. They are saying that the stakes of this election are even more important now, that they have more energy because of the attempted assassination, and that they will be excited to go out there for the rest of the election season and tell other voters, independent, undecided ones, that President Trump is the one who will fight for them.
Right, Catherine, though, you know, Trump's agenda, it's traditionally included promises to expel millions of undocumented immigrants, reinstate travel bans on some Muslim-majority countries, also close the Federal Department of Education and cut funding to schools, depending on how they teach about race and gender. Are we realistically likely to see a drastic shift in his outlook now, or should one expect Trumpian business as usual? Have you heard anything from Trump's campaign?
Well, you can look at that from the angle of who he chose as his vice president. J.D. Vance, the junior U.S. senator, is very strongly supportive of Project 2025, which is the overall conservative plan that you were addressing some of those policy initiatives, the efforts to dismantle some government agencies, limits on contraception and IVF, environmental policy limits, a very dramatically different look at the way the U.S. should be run. So with J.D. Vance on the ticket, I think there is very little that is going to change about that plan.
Well, Catherine, do stay on with us as we inform our viewers about the latest update as far as Joe Biden is concerned. The 81-year-old president, now self-isolating with COVID, remains publicly dug in. But privately, he's resigned to mounting pressure, bad polls, and untenable scrutiny, making it impossible to continue his campaign. The Democrats have informed this to Axios. Behind the scenes, the private message distilled to its bluntest form that top leaders of his party, his friends, and key donors believe he cannot win, he can't change public perceptions of his age, and cannot deliver congressional majorities. In fact, multiple reports indicate Joe Biden is being told that if he stays in, former President Trump could win in a landslide and wipe away Biden's legacy and Democrats' hopes in November. The US president is isolating as we speak at his Delaware Shore home as Democratic support appears to crumble around him. Let's go across to Catherine, who joins us live at the moment. Catherine, in fact, an Axios report suggests that Joe Biden could drop out of the 2024 presidential race as early as this weekend. What are you picking up on? A Democratic official has previously said that Biden will not be dragged off the stage. The goal is to let him walk off the stage?
That's right. It's important to remember that Joe Biden has been running for president for decades now. He finally won in 2020. He beat Donald Trump in what he felt was a win for democracy, and he feels very strongly about the accomplishments of his administration. It's going to take some time and pressure from congressional leadership for him to make this tough decision, which by all reports he has not yet made, although there are increasing sense and sources that he will make that decision to step aside. I think what's really key here is that you've been seeing over the past few days reports from the camps of Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, the two top Hill Democrats who have a lot of influence and who are hearing from their own rank and file members who have very tough congressional races and are worried that if President Biden is still on that ticket in November, it is going to drag them down and it is going to cause them to lose their own races. And the stakes of losing not only the White House, but also the U.S. Senate and the U.S. House of Representatives is something that congressional Democratic leadership just cannot stomach. So they are putting increasing pressure on Biden as he isolates while recovering from COVID.
Catherine, thank you so much for joining us with the latest from Ground Zero. Always a pleasure to hear your perspective. As Catherine is reiterating as well, behind the scenes, the private message has been distilled to its bluntest form that the top leaders of Biden's party, his friends and key donors, believe he cannot win and he cannot change public perceptions of his age at the moment and cannot deliver congressional majorities. In other crucial news, the focus is on what triggered the protests in Bangladesh at the moment. Well, they were triggered when the High Court reinstated a quota system for government jobs. This decision overturned a 2018 move by Hasina's government to abolish the system, which reserved 30% of jobs for families of freedom fighters from the 1971 Independence War. The Supreme Court had suspended the High Court order and scheduled a hearing for the 7th of August. But protesters, meanwhile, have set fire to the state TV headquarters. The anti-quota protests have escalated and over 30 people have now died in Bangladesh. Switching tracks, US President Joe Biden delivered the perfect gift for Keir Starmer when the new British Prime Minister arrived at the White House a few days ago. It wasn't the pair of aviators given to Starmer as an official gift through the usual diplomatic channels. Starmer's real prize was actually the endorsement he received from his most powerful ally for his plan to move Britain closer to the EU post-Brexit. Downing Street, it seems, has been quick to seize the moment. Starmer's push to fundamentally shift the UK to a more Eurocentric position, including greater cooperation on defence and a renegotiation of Boris Johnson's Brexit trade deal, was always part of Labour's policy platform. But the swift pace at which the new Prime Minister is moving towards this goal, many political watchers argue, has come as quite a surprise.
Years after the dawn of Brexit, UK's newly elected Labour Prime Minister Keir Starmer is working to amend fractured ties with Europe as he hosts more than 45 European leaders at Blenheim Palace for a summit to discuss migration, energy security and the threat from Russia.
His message is very much that Britain is back. That after years of wrangling and acrimony in the wake of Brexit, the UK wants once again to be a friend and partner to Europe, although he is clear that it doesn't wish to rejoin the EU.
Among the leaders at the European Political Community Summit were French President Emmanuel Macron, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. The meeting marked a clean slate between Starmer and European leaders as a Labour Prime Minister distanced himself from the Tory rhetoric. In a statement following the summit, Starmer announced that the UK wants to extend a helping hand by re-establishing its role as a key ally to tackle issues collaboratively.
In a dangerous world, we serve no one and solve nothing by turning inward, and to leave the EPC in a stronger position as well.
The meeting also took place against the backdrop of the US presidential elections, which has caused a great deal of concern among European nations on what former US President Donald Trump's re-election could entail for European security. Trump's choice of Senator J.D. Vance as his running mate, who is an opponent of US military aid to Ukraine, has further heightened these concerns. Prime Minister Keir Starmer's efforts mark a significant step in mending the UK's relationship with Europe. Labour's foreign policy approach towards Europe indicates a changing relationship, one that once again places the EU as a close ally. Samia Afsar for NDTV.
In other news, China's President Xi Jinping vowed to make high-quality development the guiding force of the world's #2 economy, showing few initial signs that the top leadership is preparing to unleash major steps to boost demand or arrest the property slump. The ruling Communist Party signaled China will stay on course with Xi Jinping's plan to use advanced manufacturing to generate growth in a vaguely worded statement marking the close of a twice-decade conclave that's often heralded major policy shifts. The focus on the factory engine could increase trade tensions, with a surge in Chinese exports already prompting fresh tariffs from the US as well as the European Union.
区域重大战略、主体功能期战略、新型城镇化战略、优化重大生产力布局、构建优势互补、高质量发展的区域经济布局和国土空间体系。
And Qin Gang, China's former foreign minister who disappeared from public view more than about a year ago, has actually lost his seat as a member of the elite central committee of the ruling Communist Party. The party's elite central committee accepted Qin's resignation from the body, according to a communique that was released by the official Xinhua news agency at the end of this twice-a-decade conclave in Beijing. No reason was given in the statement, but former Defense Minister Li Shangfu, who is facing corruption charges, and 2 other senior commanders have also been expelled from the party. There continues to be much speculation about the fate of Qin Gang, China's shortest-serving foreign minister, whose disappearance the foreign ministry attributed to health reasons. In other crucial news, in a landmark ruling for gay rights in South Korea, the country's Supreme Court has ruled that same-sex couples qualify for the National Health Insurance dependent coverage, a decision that rights activists hoped could pave the way for legalizing same-sex marriage in the country. The decision would allow same-sex couples in the country to register their partners as dependents in national health insurance coverage, as married couples or couples in a common law marriage can. Numerous other benefits are denied to same-sex and other couples living outside the traditional norms of family in South Korea, by the way. But in its ruling on Thursday, the country's highest court ruled that denying a same-sex couple national health insurance dependent coverage just because they are of the same sex constitutes a serious discrimination that infringed upon citizens' dignity and values, their rights to pursue happiness, their freedom of privacy, and their rights to be equally treated by the law. Well, as I mentioned earlier, one couldn't script a more extraordinary stretch of events to open the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, but Donald Trump will accept the GOP nomination seemingly at the peak of his powers. Former US President Donald Trump is set to take the stage at the RNC anytime now, where he will deliver a speech as the party's standard bearer just 5 days after surviving an assassination attempt. Trump has said he rewrote his speech after surviving the incident at a Pennsylvania campaign. His family and close allies have maintained the president has been profoundly changed, as Trump and his supporters at the RNC have repeatedly referred to the near miss as an act of God. Let's just dip into the Republican National Convention, as Trump is expected to headline the final day.
Possibilities. And so committed to fighting to once again make our country great, that there is nothing that is going to stop him.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kid Rock.
What up, America? If you're ready for President Trump to take the stage, I need everybody to stand up. I need everybody to put a fist up in the air. Everybody, get a fist up in the air. Now follow me. Say fight, fight. Say fight.
We'll keep tracking the latest at the RNC as Trump is expected to address everyone shortly. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30. Welcome back. The Republican National Convention has rolled into its final day in Milwaukee, culminating in former President Trump's speech that is going to accept his GOP nomination formally as the 2024 presidential nominee. Eric Trump just addressed the large crowd a few moments ago. Listen in to what Eric had to say.
Good evening, America. Eight years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He had decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future. My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America.
Well, switching tracks, in an exclusive interview to NDTV, Tibet's Prime Minister in exile, Sikyong Penpa Sering, speaks to us about how Tibetan soldiers have fought in wars for India and how this is a debt that Tibetans owe India for its hospitality for decades. He also speaks about China's hegemonic intentions. He said China's argument that no country recognizes Tibet as an independent nation is deeply flawed. Listen in.
You had a very important visit, a US congressman recently who'd come up to Dharamshala to understand where the movement presently is, and it's also part of an effort in the United States to push through the Tibet-China Dispute Act. Tell us why this is important for your cause.
Now, we follow what is called as the middle way policy, which is a Buddhist concept, avoiding extreme polarities. So this is a concept which His Holiness proposed, supported by a larger number of Tibetans and unanimously approved by the Tibetan Parliament in exile, and this continues to be our official position. So me being the Sikyong, or the directly elected political leader, does not mandate me to change that policy, or the Parliament by itself cannot. So if and when we change this policy, there has to be a referendum according to our charter, under Article 56 of our charter. So that being the case, we are committed to following His Holiness thinking on resolving the Sino-Tibet dispute through non-violence, through a negotiated solution that is mutually beneficial both for the Chinese people and the Tibetan people, and that would be long-lasting. So that is the policy we continue to follow, but we decided to change our strategy a little bit since I came into this position. When we say middle way, then you talk about extremes or polarities. And if there is no recognition for polarities, then there is no value for middle way.
Yeah.
So one polarity is the situation of occupied Tibet under the repressive communist government, which we keep talking about to the governments and public and representatives. But the other polarity, which is the historical status of Tibet as an independent state, was not pushed to the limit that we would have want. So there are 4 reasons why we went for this. One is to send a clear message to the Chinese government that they cannot change history, because history is in the past.
Yeah.
What matters more through the middle way policy is to bring more happiness for the Chinese people and the Tibetan people, and that's what His Holiness aspires for.
What about India and the fact that, we back your cause 110%? What is the state of that relationship? And it's not just a relationship of brothers and sisters, or it's also an economic relationship at one level. It is also about sustaining Tibetan communities within India at so many levels. You were talking to me about Tibetan schools. So when you look at the relationship, the official relationship with the government of India, is it a glass half empty or a glass half full?
I would say glass half empty, but it's still, I'm sure there's still a lot of things in the works which we may not be aware of, because it's not necessary that the Indian government has to tell us everything. But we are being very transparent with the Indian government on many matters. And the support that we have received is tremendous, particularly on humanitarian ground. But on political issues, there are a lot of things between China and India right now. So it's up to the leadership of India as to when, how they need to take this up. I'm nobody to advise the Indian government. I know there are a lot of sharp people at the helm of affairs. as I tell everybody, particularly our own people, that we have to understand that if there has to be a resolution to this Sino-Tibet dispute through the middleway policy, there is no other way than by reaching out to the Chinese government. Now, on the other hand, till such a time, then we have to reach out to the international community. Now, when we reach out to the international community, we can't expect that country to leave aside their national interests and then take up Tibet's national interest. It's the same case with India as well. But the difference between India and US or Europe-US is also because of India's proximity of border with Tibet. Now that has become in China. So there are a lot of, I think, political expediencies that need to be taken into consideration when it comes to India's relation with China. But at the same time, we find that, at the beginning of Prime Minister Modi's tenure, he made every effort to get better relations with China by inviting Xi Jinping to Gujarat, to Mahabalipuram, and he himself visiting Beijing and Wuhan and all that brotherhood, Brouhaha, Panchshir. Even now Panchshir is being talked about despite all the historical. So despite all the efforts from Indian government side, the response from the Chinese government has not been up to the mark. No. So there's serious questions like, when it comes to US-China relations, they say, oh, we are not being treated equal. But the question is, do China treat India equal?
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello, good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Wadhwa. We have a whole lot lined up for you over the next 1 hour, including an update of that train tragedy that's taken place in Uttar Pradesh. That and a whole lot more on the other side. But first, the headlines. 3 people have died and over 20 others have been injured after several coaches of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh express train derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Gonda. The track restoration work is on. Politics heats up in poll-bound states. We're talking about Maharashtra, where the Congress is focusing on the MLC election cross-voting, and Chief Minister Eknath Shinde meets with the MLAs and the election in charges now have been appointed. While in Haryana, the Congress campaign picks up as far as the key state is concerned, but also it's the Aam Aadmi Party that's decided to go solo on all 90 seats. Tamil Nadu's ruling DMK is thinking of elevating Udayanidhi Stalin, the son of the Chief Minister MK Stalin, as the Deputy Chief Minister. As per sources, the elevation would be a key step in strengthening the second-rung leadership in the party. And just ahead of Modi 3.0's first budget that's going to come out next week, NDTV speaks to farmers in Madhya Pradesh in order to understand what their demands and expectations are from this budget. And protesters want government hiring policy reforms, and we're talking about Bangladeshi students who set fire to the country's state broadcaster a day after the Prime Minister appeared on the network seeking to calm the escalating clashes. Now 32 people have died in those protests. It is the day when Donald Trump is going to be speaking at the Republican National Convention. This is just 5 days after he was hurt in that assassination bid. Let's just listen in.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful soul. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily, because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. No. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey Comparator. Unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded, two other great warriors. Spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver. Two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them, and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters, and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here, Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it, because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand. He's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies, 35,000, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. They may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. They went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them and all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great Vice President. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great, great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, J.D., you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of... Oh, there they are. There they are. That's... You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here, creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic. I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill, and hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space-age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money, going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress, and I said, oh, that's okay, we won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion, and we built, most of the wall is already built, and we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions, and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now. Reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it, and we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a convention, first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda. And it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here, and send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent. But soon, we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt, $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times, think of it. And all my life I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics, I guess. I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless Green New Scam ideas.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. Co-powered.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates.
And Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular, in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? A really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this, she said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money, it's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more. And I said,
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
3 people have died and over 20 others have been injured in a train tragedy that took place on an express train which was headed to Dibrugarh from Chandigarh. It derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Gonda. Now, restoration work is underway. Tamil Nadu's ruling DMK is thinking of elevating Udayanidhi, the son of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, as the Deputy Chief Minister of the state. The elevation would be a key step in strengthening the second-rung leadership in the party. And it's a budget 2024. What farmers really want? Well, NDTV gets you a ground report from Madhya Pradesh. The demand for better loan rates from banks is one of their key demands. And Bangladeshi students set fire to the country's state broadcaster a day after Prime Minister Hasina appeared on the network seeking to claim escalating clashes that have killed at least 32 people.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
The performance सही सारे नहीं थे, बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Well, former President of the United States, Donald Trump, recounts his shooting horror, says he wasn't supposed to be here. He has God on his side, talking about the assassination bid that took place just 5 days ago. Donald Trump accepts the Republican nomination while attacking Biden, says that Biden has damaged the country in ways that's unthinkable. He says he'll bring back the American dream. He says he will cut down taxes and also help with the economy. 3 passengers have died and over 20 others have been injured after several coaches of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh express train derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Gonda. Restoration work is on. Politics heats up in poll-bound states, and we're talking about Maharashtra with the Congress to focus on MLC election cross-voting. And its Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who has met with MLAs and election in charges, have now been appointed. While in Haryana, the Congress campaign picks up in the key state, and it's Aam Aadmi Party that's decided to go solo on all 90 seats in Haryana. Tamil Nadu's ruling DMK is thinking of elevating Udayanidhi, the son of M.K. Stalin, as the Deputy Chief Minister. The elevation, a key step in strengthening the second-run leadership of the party. Just ahead of Modi's 3.0 first budget that comes out next week, NDTV speaks to farmers in Madhya Pradesh to understand what their demands and expectations are. Protesters want a government hiring policy reform. Bangladeshi students setting on fire the country's state broadcaster. This is after Sheikh Hasina had gone on the network seeking to calm escalating clashes that have killed at least 32 people. Democrats at the highest levels are making a critical push for President Joe Biden to rethink his election bid, including former president and his friend Barack Obama expressing concerns to allies. As per reports, the party could lose the ability to seize control of the House if he doesn't step away from the presidential race. Big hitting batter. We talk about Surya Kumar Yadav is named captain of the Indian T20 team for the 3-match series against Sri Lanka starting on the 27th of this month, while ODI skipper Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli were included for 50-over series against the same team next month. And just 5 days after narrowly escaping that assassination bid, Donald Trump has accepted his presidential nomination. Let's just listen in.
Recorded history right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion. But the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented. It's so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements. Demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while crime statistics all over the world are going down because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela, really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by a very powerful, tough leader. He's a tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. True. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how can you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but when we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster. Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly. And they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. You know, 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever, ever do that again. You've got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, but a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow, and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done, and some of the things that we're going to do. But AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to...
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it.
Defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. Going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together we will save this country, we will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wisconsin, God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Former President Donald Trump had something rare, something precious and definitional, which is the moment, a fleeting chance to redefine himself this election. And well, former President Trump took the stage with a bandaged ear only days after surviving an attempted assassination in Pennsylvania to accept the GOP presidential nomination at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. Now, his speech was widely viewed as a test of his plea for unity and opportunity to temper his signature incendiary rhetoric. While it began on a personal tone, it soon returned to familiar Trumpian talking points on foreign policy, the economy, energy, and immigration. In fact, Donald Trump has vowed the largest deportation operation in the history of America. There were quite a few claims that the former US president made, many of which had to be fact-checked tirelessly by our team. But let's go across to Catherine Gibson, who's at the RNC, tracking the latest developments. Catherine, you just probably heard the only man on the planet who can stop wars with a telephone call. What do you have to say about the tone of Trump's speech? So, any drastic changes, or did he sound quite a lot like his old self?
Well, I think he did indeed sound a lot like his old self. I heard the first 10 minutes of his speech. I was inside the convention center right behind me. The first 10 minutes were very quiet, very thoughtful. He said that he would recount the experience of surviving the assassination attempt, and he would only tell that story once for the crowd inside the convention center. They were very moving. He seemed very different and very moved. But as the speech grew longer, as the night went on, we started to see the old Trump. And we saw some flashes where he seemed to be fighting against his nature, where he would start to mention President Biden. He never mentioned President Biden by name, but he would start to refer to him. He would go back to some of his familiar themes about the killing fields of our cities, about the crime and anger of illegal immigrants in this country. All of the familiar things we've seen from President Trump over these past 9 years came back tonight in this speech. He did mention, though, that he had been told by Franklin Graham, the pastor, and by others that he needed to dial back the language, he needed to dial back the angry sentiments, and he seemed to be fighting against those two impulses throughout this evening's lengthy speech.
Well, Trump did shift away from his message of unity and details of his shooting, and he went back to the partisan attacks for which he's so well known fairly quickly. But Catherine, Trump has made several false and misleading claims in this convention speech, including that the US has had the worst inflation ever while Joe Biden was in office. But during Biden's presidency, in June 2022, consumer prices actually rose by an annual rate of about 9.1%. And its highest level since 1981, but not of all time, right?
That's right. That's absolutely right. He also claimed that Democrats have tried to raise quadruple taxes in this country, which is an easily fact-checked false claim. I would also like to note that he praised Hungarian President Viktor Orban, who, is an authoritarian leader. He praised the country of Venezuela. He joked that the next time they held a Republican National Convention, it would be held in Venezuela, which is a country which obviously has its concerns about its government. So there were some very interesting statements here that need to be examined when we look at the president's speech here in Milwaukee.
Meanwhile, also in classic Trumpian style, at one point he described a massive invasion at the southern border and a planet teetering on the edge of World War III, which is a likely reference to the wars in Ukraine and Gaza that have begun since his successor took office. He's also pledged on day one to drill, baby, drill, and close those borders.
Right. He came back to that theme again and again throughout the speech with the crowd chanting, drill, baby, drill. He also promised that once he was reelected, if he's reelected, he will immediately deport millions of undocumented immigrants. He also talked about, how if he had been president, the war in Ukraine, the war in Israel would never have happened. So a lot of big claims from the former president here in Milwaukee tonight.
In fact, he also made his first foray into the well-trodden path of 2020 election denialism fairly early in his convention speech, saying that they used COVID to cheat.
That's right. He again claimed that the virus came from China. He referred to the 2020 election as, quote, ridiculous. Of course, we all remember that he encouraged his supporters to storm the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021, to overturn those election results. So he made a lot of his very familiar claims in this speech tonight, while also saying that he would bring in a new golden age of the United States, promising that to everyone within the convention center, saying that it would be the biggest, the best, the greatest country that we have ever known so far.
Additionally, Trump also claimed that the Biden administration took our energy policies and destroyed them, and then they immediately went back to them. Catherine, isn't this claim misleading? Because under Joe Biden, the U.S. is actually producing more crude oil than any country ever?
That is correct, yes. And that is something that is always a very popular line with his supporters, that they want to believe, and so they chant back to him when he does say that.
In fact, I must inform our viewers that Trump's record was an average of 12.3 million barrels per day in 2019. Biden actually set a new world record of 12.9 million daily barrels in 2023. But Catherine, Trump repeated another claim that is a favorite among Republicans, that the Biden administration supposedly hired about 88,000 IRS agents. This claim is false, right?
This is a false claim as well. Yes, you are correct about that. So, in terms of if we're stepping back and we're looking at the way the speech was billed as a speech of unity, if we're going to go through all of these claims that are false and have been repeated falsely throughout the past few months, the past few years, this really is not a change in tone from the Trump that we've known. Yes, he spoke about unifying the country. He spoke very movingly about his assassination attempt. But when we get down to the details of the speech, it was very, very similar to what we've heard again and again throughout the years.
In fact, the chart that Trump says he was looking at a point when the gunman was opening fire in Pennsylvania, which he credits for saving his life, features some misleading statements as well. I just read that the chart reportedly comes from a graphic created by the office of Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson, and it purports to show monthly encounters with migrants on the U.S.'s southwest border.
That's right. Yeah, Trump counts the way undocumented immigrants are apprehended at the U.S.-Mexico border differently than the way it is officially counted, and he uses those statistics to look and make the immigration crisis appear larger than it is.
Right. Former President Trump took the stage with a bandaged ear. He's made a lot of claims, many of which have to be fact-checked as they are misleading, but he has vowed the largest deportation operation in the history of America. Thanks so much, Catherine, for joining us with the latest from Milwaukee. Really appreciate your time. Many are saying that Trump had something rare and precious, which is a moment to redefine himself and this election and his outlook for the country. He took the stage with a bandaged ear only days after surviving an attempted assassination in Pennsylvania to accept the GOP presidential nomination at the RNC in Milwaukee. Now, his speech was widely viewed as a test of his plea for unity, an opportunity to temper his signature incendiary rhetoric. While it began on a personal note, it soon turned to familiar Trumpian talking points, whether it's regarding foreign policy, the economy, energy, or immigration. He's also vowed the largest deportation operation in the history of America. Here are the key takeaways from Trump's convention speech at the RNC.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. The crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. I'm only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. Inflation has been a killer for our country. I will bring back the American dream. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that.
Well, former President Trump took the stage with a bandaged ear only days after surviving an attempted assassination in Pennsylvania to accept the GOP presidential nomination at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. He left it after roughly 90 minutes of a mostly familiar stump speech, many would say. This was supposed to be a pitch of unity, but many say he reverted to his classic Trumpian style fairly quickly. He didn't delve too deep into the attempted assassination attempt on Saturday. He said it's too painful to talk about. Meanwhile, whether it was immigration, whether it was his opponent Joe Biden, the Democrats, the dispensation that's carried on in America, he lashed out at all this fairly quickly. But while he attacked the Biden government and the Democrats, he did mention that this brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage to save him. At a time when the Secret Service agents have been under fire for their response at that rally in Pennsylvania on Saturday, Trump at the RNC very clearly saying that the brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage to save the former US president. He delivered his first speech since the shooting. He says he can't progress unless they stop illegal aliens. He made a bunch of statements. In fact, for the latest from Ground Zero, we have with us at the moment Dr. Sampath Shivangi joining us right from the RNC in Milwaukee at the moment. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Well, would you say Trump essentially delivered a regular campaign speech at the Republican National Convention tonight? Or would you say that this was a new version of Donald Trump?
Yeah. We're going to come out by the elevator. Right around the corner.
Yeah. You know me.
Right, so am I audible to you?
Yes, follow the crowd that's going around in the elevators that's on this wall, on this side, would bring me down.
We seem to have an issue with Dr. Sampath Shivangi's line. He's currently in Milwaukee. I'm told he's actually stuck in an elevator, but he'll be joining us very soon. Many say Trump essentially delivered a regular campaign speech at the RNC convention. It was meant to be a bit of a subdued speech. However, he did lash out at the Democrats, his opponent Joe Biden. He claimed the biggest tax cuts ever were enacted during his administration, a claim that is evidently false. A lot of claims were made tonight in Milwaukee at the RNC. Our team is working tirelessly to fact-check all those claims. But the former president took the stage with a bandaged ear only days after surviving an attempted assassination in Pennsylvania to accept the GOP presidential nomination at the Republican National Convention. whether it was his close ties with Viktor Orban. He has been quite vocal about his support for EU leaders at a time when Viktor Orban has actually upset his other 26 EU bloc leaders. Whether it was immigration, he said that he is going to essentially have tougher borders. When it was talking about the Democrats, he said the Democratic Party should stop painting him as a threat to democracy. In fact, Trump claimed he is the only one saving democracy for the people of his country. He also added that Democrats should partisan witch hunts that have been subjected for 8 years should essentially stop. But he had no secrets tonight. He said under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. These are the words of the former US president. Donald Trump added, our people are being crushed like never before. Right, we have Dr. Sampath Shivangi for a quick reaction from Milwaukee at the moment. Sir, would you say Trump essentially delivered a regular campaign speech tonight, or did you spot a different version of a Trump, a more subdued version?
It was internationally recognizable speech. It was outstanding. I think he covered every part of the world. You know, we're proud of President Trump. Yeah. I think he's a great friend of India. He will do much, much more than what we had in the last 4 years. Nothing has happened between India and US in 4 years. I think that will change. I promise you, I'll work on it. Personally, I'll work on President Trump gets elected to make India-US relation much stronger and much more faithful to each other.
Right. But President Trump actually claimed the biggest tax cuts ever were enacted during his administration. That is obviously a false claim. While his speech began on a personal tone, it soon turned to Trumpian talking points with misleading statements and lies. So what do you have to say about the misleading statements and lies?
No, President Biden promised that he will cut taxes, no taxes on the tips. Nothing has happened. Actually, inflation has gone to 27 to 30%. The taxes have gone 30% up. People are in misery in America. So I think we need a change. Even though I like President Biden as a person, but I don't think he's good with the people of America. People are, poverty has increased much more than before. So that is the greatest gift of President Trump to U.S. I am told that he may not stay in the...
Right, Dr. Shivangi, thank you so much for joining us with those quick comments on the RNC. Trump has delivered his key speech. He left it after roughly 90 minutes of a mostly familiar stump speech, many are calling it. All the updates continue and they carry on from Milwaukee right after the RNC has concluded. We're stepping into a very short break for now.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग तोड़ भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Well, Donald Trump has accepted his Republican nomination. He has delivered an over 90-minute speech, around 90-minute speech at the Republican National Convention, where he attacked the Democrats, his opponent Joe Biden. He spoke about sweeping measures as far as immigration is concerned and the economy. He said that he will bring back the American dream as he spoke to his large voter base in Milwaukee. With a bandaged ear, he stood on that stage and he spoke for 90 minutes with a string of promises. Updates continue from the US and around the world on NDTV 24/7. We're slipping into a very short break now.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
वो परफॉर्मेंस सही सारा दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Former US President Trump recounts the shooting horror as he addresses the Republican National Convention. Trump accepts the Republican nomination and attacks his opponent Joe Biden. He says the damage Biden has done to the country is unthinkable. Trump assures his voters that he will bring back the American dream. The Maharashtra government submits a report on trainee IAS officer Puja Khedkar. The report has been submitted to the centre after a week-long probe. The report is over the veracity of claims by Puja Khedkar. The government is probing the alleged misbehaviour by the IAS officer. And politics heats up in poll-bound states. In Maharashtra, the Congress is expected to focus on MLC election cross-voting. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Shinde meets MLAs. Election in charges have been appointed. In Haryana, the Congress campaign picks up in the key state. Their focus in Haryana is inflation. Tamil Nadu's ruling DMK is thinking of elevating Udayanithi Stalin, son of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, as the Deputy Chief Minister as per our sources. The elevation would be a key step in strengthening the second-run leadership in the party. Just ahead of Modi 3.0's first budget next week, NDTV speaks to farmers in Madhya Pradesh to understand their demands and expectations. It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bhava. A big focus currently, the state government in Maharashtra has submitted a report on the trainee IAS officer Puja Khedkar. This report has been submitted to the DOPT, this is the Department of Personnel Training. After a week-long probe, the state government's General Administration Department, headed by Additional Chief Secretary Nitin Garade, has submitted its report on Puja Khedkar. A copy of this report has also been sent to a one-member committee that was formed by the central government, Manoj Dwivedi. Now, the report is a collection of documents that have been obtained from various agencies to test the veracity of various claims made by Ms. Khedkar before joining the services. My colleague Paras has been tracking the latest details for us. He joins us live at the moment. Paras, what details can you disclose to our viewers at the moment?
So I'll start with one of the most important thing in this entire report is that in this entire matter, the main document which has been submitted by the state government to the central government and the ODPT is that the election commission affidavit on her father, former civil servant Dilip Khedkar, state his net worth be rupees 40 crores, which conducted. Puja claims that the family annual income was less than 8 lakhs to enable her to avail OBC quota benefit, and the certificate from the RTO stating that Puja did not have a driving license. The report also mentioned her unruly behavior at the Pune collectorate where she was posted. The report also mentions that she has installed an amber beacon and state government logo on the Audi she was using to the work, and that she had a dispute with a senior official over the use of the Audi. The report also mentions that the time she spent in Pune and she claims the cabin of the additional collector Ajay More and use her personal car for office duty. The submitted report also mentioned the medical report that she has claimed that she is mentally disabled and she has problem with her eyes. So this is the entire report which has been submitted by the state government to the central government. Also a copy of this has been sent to central government. Plus with that, central government also is probing into this entire matter and has to submit the report in 2 weeks. So in this entire matter, trouble is mounting for Puja Khedkar and family.
Thanks so much, Paras. Just before I let you go, just want to confirm, you mentioned her father's declared income was nearly 40 crore rupees and her income was, declared income was 8 lakh rupees in order to make the cut for this job?
Right, correctly said that. So this has been mentioned in the report that in the election affidavit, her father has said that his net worth is 40 crores, which contradicts Puja claims that the family annual income was less than 8 lakh rupees to enable her to avail OBC quota benefit.
Thanks so much, Paras, as always, for joining us with the crucial information. We have this information thanks to my colleague Paras Dama, who's joined us with a live update. I can share with you currently that the state government has submitted a report on trainee IAS officer Puja Khedkar now through the DOPT. Well, meanwhile, politics heats up in poll-bound states. In Maharashtra, the Congress is expected to focus on MLC election cross-voting. I must also inform you that the Election Commission has allowed Uddhav Sena to accept public contributions now. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Shinde is expected to meet MLAs, and election in charges have also been appointed there. Anuj joins us with the latest update as far as a roundup and the latest lowdown on the political scene is concerned. Anuj, what details can you disclose currently? Right, we seem to have lost that line with my colleague Anuj Raithe. While we reconnect with Anuj, I'd just like to bring you up to speed with the fact that in Maharashtra, the Congress is expected to focus on MLC election cross-voting. Meanwhile, other political developments include the fact that the Election Commission has allowed Uddhav Sena to now accept public contributions. As far as movement with Eknath Shinde is concerned, well, the Chief Minister has met MLAs and election in charges have also been appointed. I'm told Anuj Raithe is back with us. He's been tracking the latest as far as political developments are concerned. Anuj, what details can you disclose currently? Well, we will get you that crucial update from Maharashtra with my colleague Anuj Raite. But for now, let's turn our attention to Haryana, where after fighting the Lok Sabha election over issues such as price rise and unemployment, the Congress is gearing up to contest the upcoming Haryana state polls on similar problems faced by the people. The party's campaign slogan, Haryana Mange Hisab, claims that the state has the highest unemployment rate in the country, highest price rise and highest crime rate. While the politics is heating up in poll-bound states, the Congress campaign picking up in Haryana, inflation and job loss are the key issues as far as the Congress's campaign is concerned. Gurpreet Singh Chinna is tracking the latest developments. He joins us live at the moment. Gurpreet, the Congress has launched the Haryana Mange Hisab campaign. What details can you share regarding this campaign? And we're told inflation and unemployment are meant to be the key issues.
Well, it's very clear the Congress party, they have already started a political activity in the state because in wake of upcoming Vidhan Sabha election, which is going to be happen in the end of October this year in Haryana. We have seen the Congress has already launched a campaign naming it Haryana Mange Hisab. So they are trying to highlight the unemployment, crime and other things which they blame and they claim the BJP government has not been able to done on the ground. So let's see that how this campaign will be leaving impact on the voters' mind or not. That will be clear once the elections are going to happen in Haryana, and after that how the vote or not will be going on in favor of Congress or not. But as of now, it seems the BJP is already the Chief Minister of Haryana. He has already been camping in the various districts of Haryana in wake of upcoming election. At the same time, we have seen the Congress has already started its campaign on the ground. Back to studio.
Thanks so much, Gurpreet, for joining us with a quick update. Let's turn our attention now to Tamil Nadu, where as per sources, the ruling DMK is thinking of elevating the son of Chief Minister MK Stalin, Udayanithi Stalin, as the Deputy Chief Minister. If this will turn out to be true, then he would be the second in command in the government. Udayanithi Stalin had handled key campaign responsibilities as far as the 2019 Lok Sabha polls are concerned, the 2021 Assembly polls, and this year's Lok Sabha election that was swept by the DMK in the state, raising expectations of rewards. The elevation would be a key step in strengthening the second-rung leadership in the party. This is what our sources say. And this is also being seen as a key move to counter the entry of Tamil star Vijay in the 2026 Assembly polls. So our sources have confirmed that Tamil Nadu's ruling DMK is currently thinking of elevating MK Stalin's son, Udayanithi Stalin, as the Deputy Chief Minister. And as I mentioned, if this will turn out to be true, then Udayanithi Stalin would be the second in command in the government. He's not a political novice. Udayanithi Stalin has handled key campaign responsibilities, whether it's in 2019, whether it's the Lok Sabha polls back in 2019, the 2021 Assembly polls, or the 2024 Lok Sabha election, which was, by the way, swept by the DMK in this state. That's raised the expectations of rewards for MK Stalin's son. What would this elevation essentially mean? Well, the elevation would be a key step in strengthening the second-rung leadership in the party, political watchers believe. Sam Daniel is tracking the latest developments for us. Sam, what have your sources disclosed? What can you share with our viewers?
Parameshwar, DMK senior sources tell us that the party is at the moment mulling about elevating MK Stalin, the Chief Minister's son, Udayanithi, who is also the Sports Minister now, as the Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. They cite 2 or 3 reasons. One, to reward him in terms of his campaign from the 2019 Lok Sabha elections into the 2021 Assembly elections and the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. The 2 Lok Sabha elections, the DMK had swept the polls, and this time winning all the 39 seats. Secondly, they also want his elevation to strengthen the second rung of leadership in the party by making him the second in command in the government. They say this will be in that direction. Thirdly, at the political level, they're also preparing the DMK by elevating him to counter the political entry of Tamil star Vijay, who has announced that he would make his foray into electoral politics in the 2026 Assembly elections. For quite some time, the DMK has been building a narrative around Udayinidhi Stalin that he has been playing a significant role in the victories of the party from the 2019 Lok Sabha elections onwards, including the 2 by-polls. And now, since the party has swept the Lok Sabha polls and the very recent by-poll at Vikravandi, they feel this could be the right time for them to elevate him, citing his contribution to the party. When will this happen? Nobody has a clear answer. They say it could be immediate, or it could be perhaps in the month of August when M.K. Stalin is scheduled to travel overseas on official work. But this could also open up the party for criticism that it's yet again promoting family politics, dynastic politics. Earlier, when Mr. Karunanidhi, the late Chief Minister, was in power at the helm, heading the government and the DMK, he had groomed his younger son, M.K. Stalin, and there was a long wait. But many say there was a difference. In the case of M.K. Stalin, they say Karunanidhi had groomed M.K. Stalin over a few decades, making him an MLA and then the mayor of Chennai and then a minister and then the deputy chief minister. But in the case of Udayinidhi Stalin, many say he's yet to gain that kind of a stature, gain that kind of an experience and political acumen. He's only a first-time MLA. He was made the minister less than 2 years ago. And now to elevate him as Deputy Chief Minister, superseding several veteran leaders and talented ministers, young ministers, that many say, although in the party it will be accepted, it will be sending a wrong message. That's what some feel. But all eyes will be on what the party's stand is officially. So far, neither DMK nor Chief Minister M.K. Stalin himself have commented on this yet.
Sam, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details. Well, news and updates continue on NDTV 24/7 right after this very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Trump accepts the Republican nomination at the Republican nomination convention. He attacked Joe Biden. He says the damage Biden has done to the country is unthinkable. He asserts he will bring back the American dream. The Maharashtra government has submitted a report on the trainee IAS officer Puja Khedkar. The report has been submitted to the centre after a week-long probe. The report is over the veracity of claims by Puja Khedkar. Politics heats up in poll-bound states. In Maharashtra, the Congress is likely to focus on the MLC election cross-voting. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Shinde meets MLAs and announces election in charges. In Haryana, the Congress campaign picks up and the focus is on inflation. Tamil Nadu's ruling DMK is thinking of elevating the son of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin as the Deputy Chief Minister. As per our sources, Udayinidhi Stalin's elevation would be a key step in strengthening the second-rung leadership in the party.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
ਉਹਦੀ performance ਸਹੀ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟਸ ਮਿਲੇ.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live.
Welcome back. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will present the first budget of Prime Minister Modi's third term on the 23rd of July. Farmers are also keeping a close eye on the budget, especially those in Madhya Pradesh. We actually reached Sihor, where the country's Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan hails from, to understand the expectations and demands of the farmers from this year's budget.
Mama Ji or Shivraj Singh Chauhan is the new Agriculture Minister of India, and the farmers of Madhya Pradesh have a list of demands and expectations that they hope will be addressed in this union budget.
These are the country's food providers. Once every year at the time of union budget year, they look to Delhi with hopes. So we have reached Sihor, the home of country's Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan comes. The district where around 3.50 lakh hectares of land is cultivated in Kharif and 3.56 lakh hectares in Rabi, where 86% of the cultivated area is irrigated, where soybean, paddy and maize are cultivated. Sihor's Sharbati wheat has carved its own identity not only in the country but also globally. Ramesh Chand Verma was seen tying a turban in Chanderi village of Sihor. He is a big farmer, mostly growing wheat and soybean crops. He wants cooperative banks to increase the loan limit. There are also some demands on MSP and storage of produce.
जैसे जिला सहकारिता बैंक में किसानों की जो है लिमिट 10,000 रुपये पर एकड़ है, उसको बढ़ा के मतलब जो है 50-60 हज़ार एकड़, बाकी दूसरी बैंक उन 60,000 दे रही है, तो जिला सहकारिता बैंक को भी जो है 60,000 करना चाहिए उसको बढ़ा के नहीं। और 0% ब्याज में मान लो जो है 10,000 रुपये दे रहे हैं, दूसरी बैंक 7% में जो है 60,000 रुपये दे रही है, तो इनको भी जो है जिला सहकारिता बैंक के लिए भी मतलब जो है कि हम केंद्र में सरकार से ये निवेदन करते हैं कि इसकी जो है लिमिट बढ़ाई जाए। कृषि यंत्र के ऊपर जैसे उन्होंने मान लो सब्सिडी दे रहे थे, वो सब्सिडी उन्होंने ख़त्म कर दी, तो वो सब्सिडी चालू करें वापस। और जीएसटी मान लो कृषि यंत्र के ऊपर जीएसटी नहीं लगना चाहिए।
Bane Singh Rajput prioritizes technology in his fields and also practices organic farming. However, he is upset with the delay in getting seeds. He also wants the market for selling organic products to be accessible and middlemen should be eliminated.
आदरणीय
मैं स्पेशली प्रधानमंत्री से निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि किसानों को जो समय पे बीज दिया जाता है उस समय के आधारित पर दिया जाए और नई पद्धति का चयन करके समय पे बीज दिया जाए। अभी मेरे को बीज दिया था जो बोनी होने के बाद में बीज उपलब्ध कराया गया और वो बीज उपलब्ध कराया गया था कि जो किसान ने 4 साल पहले उसका चयन कर लिया गया। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री से निवेदन है कि जैसे आप 6,000 दे दो तो 10,000 करें। उसके साथ साथ किसानों को जो जीएसटी अनुदान पे जीएसटी लगाई जा रही है उसे खत्म करें।
Anup Mewada is a small farmer. The Madhya Pradesh government has promised an MSP of 2,700 on wheat. He wants the centre to increase it further.
जिला सहकारी बैंक है वो 10,000 रुपये पर एकड़ केसीसी दे रही है और अदर बैंक है 40 से 50,000 रुपये पर एकड़ देती। तो हम यही आशा करते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी से कि ये जिला सहकारी का जो लिमिट है वो 40 से 50,000 रुपये पर एकड़ की जाए। एनएसपी पे ये गेहूं पर बढ़ना चाहिए भाई, जो इन्होंने 2700 करा था वो 3,000 हो जाए।
MS Mewada is a very popular among the farmers in Sihor. He roams around the village solving many farmers' problems.
वो जनपद सीओ मैडम आई और पीएच का एसडीओ आया और तहसीलदार आया।
Now he is directly requesting Mama Ji for an increase in Kisan Samman Nidhi. He also hopes the finance minister's kitty has something new on the issue of crop insurance.
खुशी मनाऊं कि आप लोग कम से कम किसानों की आवाज़ उठाती है। एनडीटीवी हमेशा किसानों की आवाज़ आपने उठाई है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से भी हमारी बजट में उम्मीद है कि पूरे भारत के किसानों को 10,000 रुपये देना चाहिए सम्मान निधि के। हाँ 10,000 होना चाहिए क्योंकि 6 नहीं, सबके साथ अन्याय नहीं होना चाहिए। केसीसी हमारी अभी लिमिट बढ़े, जैसे अभी 1 एकड़ पे बैंक जो है 40,000 रुपये देती है, उस लिमिट को बढ़ा के 1 लाख रुपये कर दे। हम तो उसका बाकायदा ब्याज भुगतते हैं। दूसरा समय पे हमें लोन मिले।
Sharbati of Sihor is also called the golden grain, golden in color, heavy on the palm and sweet in taste, hence the name Sharbati. The farmers here hope that the budget will also bring some sweetness in their lives.
The farmers of Madhya Pradesh await the budget with bated breath, hoping that their voices will be heard and their demands will be met. In Chanderi village, Sihor, with camera person Rizwan Khan and Anurag Dwari for NDTV.
Well, the union budget will be presented in Parliament next week, and everyone from the middle class to corporates, salaried employees to farmers will be watching to see what's in the budget specifically for them. Provisions in the budget could also improve support, accessibility and overall quality of life for those with disabilities. Listen to disability rights advocates talk about their expectations from this year's budget.
My expectation from the union budget is quite some. At this point of time, the expenditure that happens on disability sector is less than 0.3% of the total GDP. I want that total expenditure to grow to at least 0.6 to 0.7% of the GDP, so that more people with disabilities are getting impacted. And also the economic empowerment is something else that I am looking forward to for people with disabilities, because unless we put economic empowerment as a priority after the trainings that we provide the person with disabilities, the economy will not flourish.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party,
is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the past.
Well, the 4-day Republican National Convention just wrapped up with a lengthy speech by Donald Trump, his first since an assassin opened fire on his rally in Pennsylvania on Saturday. Trump has formally accepted the Republican presidential nomination and for what he said would be the first and only time recounted the assassination attempt. The former president took the stage with a bandaged ear only days after surviving an attempted assassination in Pennsylvania to accept the GOP presidential nomination in Milwaukee. Now, his speech was widely viewed as a test of his plea for unity, an opportunity to temper his signature incendiary rhetoric. While it began on a personal tone, it soon turned to familiar Trumpian talking points on foreign policy, the economy, energy, as well as immigration. Here are the key takeaways for you.
Supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. No? Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. The crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years.
Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. Inflation has been a killer for our country. I will bring back the American dream. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that.
Catherine, you just probably heard the only man on the planet who can stop wars with a telephone call. What do you have to say about the tone of Trump's speech? So, any drastic changes, or did he sound quite a lot like his old self?
Well, I think he did indeed sound a lot like his old self. I heard the first 10 minutes of his speech. I was inside the convention center right behind me. The first 10 minutes were very quiet, very thoughtful. He said that he would recount the experience of surviving the assassination attempt, and he would only tell that story once for the crowd inside the convention center. They were very moving. He seemed very different and very moved. But as the speech grew longer, as the night went on, we started to see the old Trump, and we saw some flashes where he seemed to be fighting against his nature, where he would start to mention President Biden. He never mentioned President Biden by name, but he would start to refer to him. He would go back to some of his familiar themes about the killing fields of our cities, about the crime and anger of illegal immigrants in this country. All of the familiar things we've seen from President Trump over these past 9 years came back tonight in this speech. He did mention, though, that he had been told by Franklin Graham, the pastor, and by others that he needed to dial back the language, he needed to dial back the angry sentiments, and he seemed to be fighting against those two impulses throughout this evening's lengthy speech.
Well, Trump did shift away from his message of unity and details of his shooting, and he went back to the partisan attacks for which he's so well known fairly quickly. But Catherine, Trump has made several false and misleading claims in this convention speech, including that the US has had the worst inflation ever while Joe Biden was in office. But during Biden's presidency, in June 2022, consumer prices actually rose by an annual rate of about 9.1%. And its highest level since 1981, but not of all time, right?
That's right. That's absolutely right. He also claimed that Democrats have tried to raise quadruple taxes in this country, which is an easily fact-checked false claim. I would also like to note that he praised Hungarian President Viktor Orban, who, is an authoritarian leader. He praised the country of Venezuela. He joked that the next time they held a Republican National Convention, it would be held in Venezuela, which is a country which obviously has its concerns about its government. So there were some very interesting statements here that need to be examined when we look at the president's speech here in Milwaukee.
Meanwhile, also in classic Trumpian style, at one point he described a massive invasion at the southern border and a planet teetering on the edge of World War III, which is a likely reference to the wars in Ukraine and Gaza that have begun since his successor took office. He's also pledged on day one to drill, baby, drill and close those borders?
Right. He came back to that theme again and again throughout the speech with the crowd chanting, drill, baby, drill. He also promised that once he was reelected, if he's reelected, he will immediately deport millions of undocumented immigrants. He also talked about, how if he had been president, the war in Ukraine, the war in Israel would never have happened. So a lot of big claims from the former president here in Milwaukee tonight.
In fact, he also made his first foray into the well-trodden path of 2020 election denialism fairly early in his convention speech, saying that they used COVID to cheat.
That's right. He again claimed that the virus came from China. He referred to the 2020 election as, quote, ridiculous. Of course, we all remember that he encouraged his supporters to storm the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021 to overturn those election results. So he made a lot of his very familiar claims in this speech tonight, while also saying that he would bring in a new golden age of the United States, promising that to everyone within the convention center, saying that it would be the biggest, the best, the greatest country that we have ever known so far.
Additionally, Trump also claimed that the Biden administration took our energy policies and destroyed them, and then they immediately went back to them. Catherine, isn't this claim misleading? Because under Joe Biden, the U.S. is actually producing more crude oil than any country ever?
That is correct, yes. And that is something that is always a very popular line with his supporters that they want to believe, and so they chant back to him when he does say that.
In fact, I must inform our viewers that Trump's record was an average of 12.3 million barrels per day in 2019. Biden actually set a new world record of 12.9 million daily barrels in 2023. But Catherine, Trump repeated another claim that is a favorite among Republicans, that the Biden administration supposedly hired about 88,000 IRS agents. This claim is false, right?
This is a false claim as well. Yes, you are correct about that. So, in terms of if we're stepping back and we're looking at the way the speech was billed as a speech of unity, if we're going to go through all of these claims that are false and have been repeated falsely throughout the past few months, the past few years, this really is not a change in tone from the Trump that we've known. Yes, he spoke about unifying the country. He spoke very movingly about his assassination attempt. But when we get down to the details of this speech, it was very, very similar to what we've heard again and again throughout the years.
In fact, the chart that Trump says he was looking at a point when the gunman was opening fire in Pennsylvania, which he credits for saving his life, features some misleading statements as well. I just read that the chart reportedly comes from a graphic created by the office of Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson, and it purports to show monthly encounters with migrants on the U.S.'s southwest border.
That's right. Yeah, Trump counts the way undocumented immigrants are apprehended at the U.S.-Mexico border differently than the way it is officially counted. And he uses those statistics to look and make the immigration crisis appear larger than it is.
Right. Former President Trump took the stage with a bandaged ear. He's made a lot of claims many of which have to be fact-checked as they are misleading, but he has vowed the largest deportation operation in the history of America. Thanks so much, Catherine, for joining us with the latest from Milwaukee. Really appreciate your time. Well, Donald Trump's speech, clocked at more than an hour and a half, is the longest televised speech given by a presidential hopeful accepting the nomination. Trump's speech broke records he'd already made while accepting the Republican Party's nomination for president in the 2016 and 2020 elections. This is according to data from the American Presidency Project. Now, at first, Donald Trump adopted a tone of unity, but many say quickly lapsed into familiar partisan attacks, such as accusing Democrats of weaponizing the justice system. We have with us Editor-in-Chief of News Mobile in Saurabh Shukla joining us on the broadcast to analyze Trump's comments and the RNC as a whole. Thank you so much, Mr. Shukla, for making time for us. While Trump's speech, widely viewed as a test of his plea for unity, it began on a personal tone. It soon turned to Trumpian talking points, misleading statements and lies. After this speech, you think Trump has shown little appetite for changing his ways, changing his tone and his words?
You know, Donald Trump is known for his Trumpism, but I can tell you that when he started off, he was a subdued Donald Trump. And certainly that assassination attempt seems to have had some kind of an impact. But obviously, he can't go away from what, that he's known for. But if you ask me, talking to a lot of analysts here in the US and a lot of voters, I think he made a performance which will only help him in these elections, Parmeshwar, because something which he did very well. One, he addressed his own gallery, which is the core Republican base, but he also went out to speak to other voters who are undecided, especially in the swing states in the US. There are some Democrats voters who are having doubts about, President Biden. So certainly Trump cleverly played to that gallery as well. That's the reason why he spoke about unity. Yes, he turned to some of the other things that he was speaking about earlier. There was some misinformation that was there, claims which are fact-checked and found to be not true. All that was there. That's classic Donald Trump. But if you ask me in terms of the performance, he played to the gallery and he did it well because he knew that he has a role that he has to play, and after that assassination attempt, a lot of sympathy factor is also played in for him. And he made sure that was there. If you saw the visuals that were played out, it was very well calibrated. And I would say that the Republican strategist did a fine job in making sure that he stuck to the script. He obviously did his own bit of Trump humorism, which he does, saying that, Kim Jong-un, has been missing him, and
his
he
comment
had
about Nancy
chats with
Pelosi.
a couple of world leaders.
In fact, some political experts actually argue that this was an echo of former President Ronald Reagan, who also projected strength and humor after being shot back in 1981. Reagan was politically untouchable from that point on. But you think things are expected to be similar for Trump?
And I want to bring in a very, very important point. I'm glad that you brought Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan is a very, very well-regarded president, a Republican president. He also had a very famous speech on immigrants. Donald Trump spoke about legal immigrants. So he made a distinction about skilled legal immigrants here and illegal immigrants, which will be a good news for the Indian immigrants who are there in the US. A lot of IT professionals were very worried about a Trump presidency, but I think he assuaged that fear. And that is something which, if he holds down to that, that will be good for Indian professionals who are there in the US. But if you see his foreign policy, obviously he's talking about ending the Ukraine war. He's also trying to say that he will end the Middle East conflict, whether he's able to do that or not. But at least these promises augur well for the global politics. But having known, and I've interviewed him in the past, interacted with him, but he can be very unpredictable. But he's somebody who has a conviction on certain issues. So that's the reason whether it comes to foreign policy or to the economy, he has a certain conviction. He's talking about lowering taxes. He spoke about that how he met a waitress in Nevada, and when she told him about taxes or tips, he decided that he's going to end any taxes on tips. So these are populist things that he's talking about, because he's very smart on that. And if you ask me, as of today, as we evaluate the US politics and the election process, he has an edge following this speech.
In fact, a lot of polls also indicate the same, Mr. Shukla. But Democrats' reviews of Donald Trump's convention speech are actually in, and they are overwhelmingly and unsurprisingly negative. In fact, one Democratic advisor has said that he has not changed, he has not moderated, he has gotten worse. What are you picking up on, Mr. Shukla? What are the Democrats saying?
The Democrats, obviously, any opposition party has to criticize. They can't say that he did a fine job. But behind closed doors, they know, and they have been saying, I've been speaking to a lot of them, that compared to their candidates, whether it was the performance in the debate, he has been performing better. Yes, people have doubts about the fact that he, does speak a lot of things which are not factual. But compared to President Biden, in terms of the performance matrix, especially when it comes to voters, the core voters are not the voters who fact check you on every issue. So for them, he is being, addressing to the gallery, and he has been performing well. Democrats, I have to tell you this, there is a strong possibility that President Biden may be forced to withdraw his candidature. It remains to be seen who will take his place, and can that Democratic nominee take on this new avatar, so to say, of Donald Trump? Can he really take him on, especially in the swing states? That is a big question to be answered. But for now, if you see his performance in the Republican convention, Donald Trump has an edge because of the fact that not only did he, address his core voters, he also spoke to some of the other undecided voters, which will be critical in the upcoming US elections 2024.
Of course.
Parmeshwar?
Mr. Shukla, as we wrap, Donald Trump also claimed tonight that the Biden administration took his energy policies and destroyed them, and then they immediately went back to them. Now, we know that this claim is misleading because under Joe Biden, the US is actually producing more crude oil than any other country. What do you have to say about the misleading statements and lies that were basically pronounced from the stage tonight at the RNC?
No, I agree with you. I know that Joe Biden's energy policy has helped US and also in some ways stabilize global oil prices. And he's had a good energy policy. In fact, on critical minerals, specifically, I think US has taken a lead on making sure that they have a policy on critical minerals, which was very, very pivotal for them and addressed the national security needs. I know that Mr. Trump's statement there were not factually correct, but these are the things. That's what I was trying to tell you. His core constituency is more bothered about the semantics, more about the atmospherics, and he addressed them very well. If you see the delivery, if you see the performance of what President Biden had in his debate with Donald Trump and Donald Trump's speech now, and also situation has changed. Following the assassination attempt, he also has got a lot of sympathy factor of having somebody who's a strong president who is fighting for the American people. And I can tell you, based on as things stand today, certainly he has an edge compared to President Joe Biden. But it remains to be seen who Democratic Party is going to nominate as the next candidate, because that's what I'm hearing from our sources, that there's a strong possibility that this weekend President Joe Biden may announce that he will not be the Democratic candidate. But this is all in the realm of speculation as of now. There's no confirmation, but that will decide what really happens in the election 2024, because there's 3 months to go, and politics is the art of impossible.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure to chat with you, Mr. Shukla. Thank you so much for making time for us.
Pleasure.
Let's wait and see if the sympathy that Trump has garnered actually translates into electoral gains in November. Meanwhile, as Mr. Shukla was highlighting, Joe Biden, multiple reports state that this weekend he could make a decision on whether to step down from this presidential race in November. We also have with us on the broadcast Adele Malka Nazarian, American media personality and political analyst. Thanks so much, Adele, for joining us on the NDTV network. For a convention that has been remarkably well produced and given the level of energy from the stage, from opening acts by wrestler Hulk Hogan to singer Kid Rock, some argue that the speech landed with a thud. Do you think so?
Oh, I think quite the opposite. I think that this is a completely reinvigorated Trump. I mean, he's calmer, he's in control, he's not, attacking. He mentioned he was going to only speak Joe Biden's name once throughout the speech, and then he didn't mention him again because I don't think he felt the need to. This is a different Trump who has been given a second chance at life and who I believe is having a commanding control over his narrative. I really wish that we'd seen this side of him during the last election cycle. I think we would have seen a very different result had that been the case. So I don't think it was a disaster. I think that was one of his more powerful, impactful speeches, frankly.
So Adele, Donald Trump claimed tonight that the Biden administration took their energy policies, destroyed them, then they immediately went back to them. This claim is clearly misleading because, as I've pointed out on our broadcast before as well, under Joe Biden, the US actually produced more crude oil than any country ever. In fact, there were over 20 misleading statements made at the RNC convention speech. What do you have to say about these misleading statements and lies?
Look, I think that waging wars is a very expensive endeavor, and it's, the cost of freedom is also expensive. But I think that what Trump said, which is really important, is that if he were president today, that these wars wouldn't have happened. And you have to think about it. If those wars weren't waged, would the amount of crude oil that's being produced have increased? Was it an attempt to offset the cost of war, unfortunately? And who's really, I know that the price of oil and gas throughout the world was benefiting because of that. But at the end of the day, the president's supposed to serve the American people. And you have to really question at the ballot box, who are they going to vote for? Do they want the person that's going to be, taking care of the rest of the world first, or the commander-in-chief potentially that's going to take care of them first? And as Mr. Shukla also points out earlier, the no tax on tips, that's just one amazing example of how he's so in touch with the everyday American voter, their bottom line, what's in their pocketbooks. And I think at the end of the day, economy. That's the one thing that's going to potentially have him make it over the finish line over his Democratic counterpart, whether it's Joe Biden or his replacement.
Indeed. Meanwhile, the GOP tried to appear as a unified front this week, with many of Trump's one-time presidential rivals appearing as campaign surrogates. We saw Nikki Haley, we saw Vivek Ramaswamy on the stage at the RNC. In comparison, you think the Democrats have been in disarray over the top of their ticket?
I think that it's clearly by the reactions. First of all, the fact that he extended an olive branch to Nikki Haley, I was very surprised. Frankly, I don't think that we would have seen that occur had he not had that near-death experience on Saturday. I have to tell you, he's a changed man. I think the Democrats are a bit in disarray. They saw this empowered Trump tonight. Of course, they're attacking him. I definitely don't see the same sort of unity on the Democratic Party side. They're still deciding. They're very divided. They're still deciding if they're going to try to force Biden to step down. So yeah, to be expected. This is potentially another chance for the Republican Party to honestly regain some footing if they can carry this out the right way.
Well, then, of course, we know Trump is ahead in this race and Democrats are currently in turmoil. But a boring speech, poorly delivered, may have had nothing to do to move the needle at the moment. Is it fair to say Trump may be happy to leave the needle where it is?
I have to say, boring in terms of less attacks, absolutely. He's, again, a different person. He's the same person, but a different perspective on life, I would say. So I'd say he was very calculated, and yes, some obviously enhancements of information. It happens with everyone. We're used to this. It's par for the course with politicians. But I'd say that it's never boring when Trump is on stage. And
you can say that again.
Yeah, sure. It's never boring when Trump is on stage. And I'd have to say that he definitely is in a more secure place with himself, knowing that, for example, if the election was held again today, tomorrow, next week, I think he'd definitely win. 3 months away, of course, we don't know what kind of surprises are in store. The infamous October surprise is what we're all looking out for. But if we're taking a look at it today, I think he definitely knows he's got the lead, and that came across in tonight's speech.
Well, Adele, such a pleasure to chat with you and hear your thoughts regarding the Republican National Convention. Thank you so much for joining us on the NDTV network. Well, the 4-day Republican National Convention has wrapped up with a lengthy speech by Donald Trump, his first since an assassin opened fire on his rally in Pennsylvania on Saturday. Trump has formally accepted the Republican presidential nomination, and for what he said would be the first and only time he recounted the assassination attempt because it was too painful for him to bear. The former president, took the stage with a bandaged ear. He has lashed out at his opponents at the Democratic Party, but his speech was widely viewed as a test of his plea for unity and opportunity to temper his signature incendiary rhetoric. While it began on a personal note, it soon returned to familiar Trumpian talking points on foreign policy, the economy, energy and immigration, as we've heard from experts on the NDTV network as well.
I better finish strong.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ये आयो बात जोर। पैसाबाजार.com।
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
The performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
YSRCP chief writes letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Jagan alleges targeted attacks on YSRCP leaders and cadre. Breakdown of law and order cited in the letter written by Jagan Mohan Reddy. Politics heats up in poll-bound states like Maharashtra and Haryana. Congress in Maharashtra to hold meeting and focus on cross voters, while in Haryana they have launched a new campaign. CBI detains first-year student from Ranchi RIMS for alleged involvement with the Solver gang in the NEET UG paper leak case. Maharashtra state government submits report on trainee IAS officer Puja Khedkar to centre. Meanwhile, Pune police have also sent a second notice to Puja. Four passengers have died and over 20 are injured after several coaches of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh express train derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Gonda. Track restoration work on war footing. Just ahead of Modi's 3.0 first budget next week, NDTV speaks to farmers in Madhya Pradesh to understand their demands and expectations. Bangladeshi students set fire to the country's state broadcaster a day after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina appeared on the network seeking to calm the situation. At least 32 people have been killed so far. Now, YSRCP chief Jagan Mohan Reddy has sought Prime Minister Narendra Modi's appointment. This comes after he has written a letter to the Prime Minister. Now, Jagan Mohan Reddy in his letter complained of targeted attacks on YSRCP leaders, cadre and the supporters of YSRCP in Andhra Pradesh. Now, he has also cited in his letter that there is a complete breakdown of law and order situation in the state of Andhra Pradesh under the current Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu, and there is a need for central probe in the criminal activities that are taking place in Andhra Pradesh. Now, the former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister will also visit family of murdered YSRCP activist Rashid, and he will be meeting the victim's kin. Now, Rashid was hacked in middle of moving traffic on Wednesday. YSRCP MP PV Mithun Reddy attacked has also been cited in the letter that has been written by YSRCP Chief Jagan Mohan Reddy to Prime Minister. Now, in his letter to the Prime Minister, Jagan Mohan Reddy has cited how there is a complete breakdown of law and order situation in Andhra Pradesh. His party leaders, YSRCP party leaders, are being attacked and are being attacked none other than but by TDP workers. Now, this is some serious allegation that has been levelled by Jagan Mohan Reddy in his letter to the Prime Minister. My colleague Uma Sudhir is joining me on the broadcast for more details. Uma, tell us what other details are there mentioned in the letter that has been written by former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy to Prime Minister.
So very significant that Jagan Mohan Reddy in fact sought an appointment with the Prime Minister, given the political kind of a situation where the YSRCP did have friendly relations with the centre, with the Prime Minister as well in the past, but now his political rival, the Telugu Desam, is what has been in alliance. So he has sought an appointment with the Prime Minister. He has said that the constitutional machinery in Andhra Pradesh has broken down, and he has also said that all his party members, supporters are all being attacked in order to eliminate his party workers and to ensure that it is the TDP which remains as the political force. And therefore, he is suggesting that there are targeted attacks, and he's asking for a central agency probe into the kind of attacks he says that have happened on his party workers over the last 40 to 45 days. Three things significant. He has specifically mentioned the murder of YSRCP youth wing activist Mr. Rashid that happened on Wednesday evening at around 8:30 p.m. In Venukunda on a busy street. And Jagan Mohan Reddy, in fact, is on the way to go and meet the family of Rashid, while the police in Palnadu has said that this was interpersonal rivalry that led to the murder of Rashid. Jagan Mohan Reddy and his party are insisting that it is a politically targeted rivalry that has led to that kind of gruesome murder right in the middle of the road, where the hands of Rashid were chopped off, and then a fatal blow was done on his neck and on his head that led to his death. So second part of it is that he's also said that it's not just the cadre and the supporters and the sympathizers of YSRCP who are targeted, but he says even the elected representatives are being attacked, and he has pointed to PV Midun Reddy being allegedly attacked yesterday when he had gone to meet a former MP, and he says elected representatives are also coming under attack. He also has mentioned that government properties that were built during the YSRCP regime, whether this village secretariat, all of that is also being destroyed as an attempt to kind of wipe out the kind of good work that YSRCP had done and the legacy of the YSRCP in Andhra Pradesh. And he says all this needs to be brought to the attention of the Prime Minister, and that's the reason why he has sought an appointment with the Prime Minister to apprise him of the situation there. Back to you.
Right. Uma, thank you so much for sharing all the details. And when this meet will happen remains our top focus as well. Now, politics is heating up in all the poll-bound states like Maharashtra, Haryana, and focusing first on Maharashtra. Today, Congress is all set to have a big round of meetings in Mumbai to chart out a strategy for the upcoming assembly polls in Maharashtra. Now, the Maha Vikas Aghadi ally is likely to crack a whip on all their members who cross-voted in the recently held MLC elections where BJP, NCP, Shiv Sena registered a victory. My colleague Anuj is also joining me for more details on it. Anuj, right, if you can give us some more details on what exactly can we expect from the Congress meeting?
You see, a series of meetings have been held in Mumbai since yesterday. Yesterday we saw in the morning Shiv Sena meeting was held, and in the evening there was a BJP meeting. Today it seems the day for the Maha Vikas Aghadi as the Congress kicks off their spree of meetings. Only today they'll be having two meetings. Right now we're present here at the Garwari Club, where as you can see behind me the movement is increased as the meeting is currently underway of all the senior Congress leaders from across the state. It also includes former chief ministers, former central ministers, and several of the MLAs and a few of the recently elected MPs as well. Now, there are a couple of things on the agenda which become very important in today's meeting. Firstly, the seat sharing formula. You see, there has been a lot of chatter around the seat sharing formula for the upcoming state assembly elections from all the six parties, and none of these parties, be it Maha Vikas Aghadi or Mahayuti, have spoken in unison, complete unison as of yet. Of course, they've all shown their strength as an alliance, but none of them seem to have gotten down to any formula. If you talk specifically about Maha Vikas Aghadi, the Sharad Chandra Pawar NCP and the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena have given a bit of hints about what kind of formula they're expecting, but the Congress hasn't done it, and this seems to be one of the first, one of the first instances when the Congress might sit together with all their senior heads down and discuss what would be the formula to go ahead with. You see, Congress was the most successful party after the Lok Sabha elections in Maharashtra. They won 13 out of the 17 seats that they contested, and even an independent candidate extended his support to the Congress party. So on the basis of that, it is quite natural that as the earlier reports also stated, that the Congress might indeed ask for the most number of seats in the MVA. Secondly, as you rightly said, there are 6 to 7 MLAs from the Congress party who cross-voted, and that probably resulted in the defeat of one of the Maha Vikas Aghadi endorsed candidate in the MLC election. So what action will the Congress party take on them? There are certain reports which state that in this meeting, action cannot completely be expected because it is said that it is the Central Committee led by Mallikarjun Kharge, the national president of the Congress party, who might take the decision on it, because the Congress party is, the state players taking a decision on it might result into certain sort of demotivation for the Congress cadre and the current MLAs on the ground today. So these are the two important things that the Congress party will decide today. But this is just an addition to what we are seeing since yesterday. Will there be a single formula for both Mahayuti and Maha Vikas Aghadi will become the fulcrum and the crux of the news as far as Maharashtra politics is concerned in the next couple of weeks.
Giving us the details and what will happen exactly in the MVA meetings remains to be seen, and we will be keeping a close track. Now, shifting our focus to Haryana, well, after fighting the Lok Sabha election over issues such as price rise and unemployment, the Congress is gearing up to contest the upcoming Haryana state polls on similar problems faced by the people. The party's campaign slogan, Haryana Mange Hisab, claims that the state has the highest unemployment rate in the country, highest price rise, and highest crime rate. My colleague Gurpreet Chinna is also joining me for giving us more details about Gurpreet, what is exactly the strategy of Haryana Congress to counter the BJP? We'll try and reconnect to Gurpreet Sinha, who has been tracking all the developments and what's happening in Haryana Congress. Meanwhile, while Haryana Congress is giving a big campaign push to its problems highlighted in Haryana. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party has also declared that they will be fighting alone in Haryana on all 90 seats. It remains to be seen whether the India bloc will come out with another strategy. But for now, in Haryana, Congress and Aam Aadmi Party will contest alone, while Haryana is targeting the BJP government on issues such as price rise and unemployment. The Congress is gearing up to contest the elections with a campaign named Haryana Mange Hisab. The Congress claims that under BJP government and Nayab Singh Saini's government, the Haryana state is witnessing highest unemployment rate in the country, highest price rise and highest crime rate. Now, this remains to be seen whether the Congress party and the Aam Aadmi Party will be able to counter BJP's growing footprint in Haryana. Remember, this comes after there has been a political blame game on the BJP. Now, my colleague Gurpreet Sinha is also back with us to give us more details. Gurpreet, what will be the ground strategy of both Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party to counter BJP?
Well, if we can talk about Haryana, we have seen the political activity has already been started in all over the district and specifically in the state. We have seen yesterday Aam Aadmi Party, they held a press briefing where they had explained they are going to contest 90 constituency in all Vidhan Sabha, and it seems that they are going solo to contest this Vidhan Sabha election in Haryana. Same thing we have seen the BJP Chief Minister, which is the BJP which is ruling in the state. They are conducting a multiple programs in the multiple districts also, and the Chief Minister has been holding multiple programs in the various districts. We have seen the Union Home Minister, he has already come to Haryana 2 times. One, he held a meeting with the BJP leaders in Panchkula, and we have seen Mahindergarh, he has just recently visited there. So as of now, if we can talk about the Congress, Congress has already started its campaign from the ground. Haryana Mange Hisab, they are trying to attack the state government, saying the government has failed from all the front to provide employment to the youth. They are also raising the question of the crime which has been reported in the state. So all these points, they are putting a question mark over the state government. So as of now, what we can understand, the political activities have already been initiated in the state in wake of upcoming election that are likely to be scheduled in the last week of October. So let's see that how these campaigning of the different political party, whether it's Aam Aadmi Party, BJP, INLD or Congress, how it is going to leave impact on the voters. Back to studio.
Right, Gurpreet, and if I can ask you one more question about what will be the Aam Aadmi Party's strategy on ground B. They have said that there will be no India alliance in Haryana, but what other strategy do they have?
Well, yesterday they had explained they had already holding up multiple meetings, and around 6,500 meetings have already been held in the various locations of Haryana in a specific districts. Also, they say they are trying to amend their strategy, political strategy, and they are going to explore all these strategy in this election, the way this campaign was being carried in Punjab, and specifically they were saying in Delhi, Aam Aadmi Party is ruling, in Punjab, Aam Aadmi Party is ruling, and both the borders are connecting Haryana also. So they are also trying to inculcate the ruling states also. But yesterday we have seen they are saying within a few days they are going to tell that how and what type of political strategy they are going to opt and adopt in the state, so that they will be able to make a mark in the Haryana elections. Back to studio.
Thank you so much, Gurpreet, for giving us more details about it. Now we're getting some more breaking news right now. In the Bilkis Bano case, Supreme Court has dismissed the interim bail plea. Now the top court has said that they will not hear plea of the 2 convicts in the Bilkis Bano case. As per the top court, this is completely unacceptable. My colleague Ashish is also now joining us to give us more details and put this judgment in perspective. Yes, Ashish.
Yes, actually, two convicts in Bilkis Bano case, Radheshyam Bhagwan Das and Raju Bhai Babulal, moved Supreme Court for interim bail till fresh decision on their remission is made. But the bench headed by Justice Sanjeev Khanna observed that what is it clear and how is it even maintainable? Absolutely misconceived. And how can in Article 32 means in public interest litigation we sit over the appeal? Supreme Court dismissed both the convicts there seeking interim bail, and now they will be remain behind by a bar till next they file any petition or mercy petition. Actually, in a landmark judgment on January 8 this year, Supreme Court had nullified the remission release of 11 convicts, and Supreme Court bench headed by Justice P.V. Nagaratna said to uphold rule of law, which is more important than public liberty, these convicts shall remain jail. So it's an important observation by the Supreme Court today also, and the Supreme Court said these petitions for interim bail is discontinued and dismissed for this. Yes.
Right. Thank you so much, Ashish Bhargava, for giving us all the details. Now, the Central Bureau of Investigation continues to investigate the alleged malpractices that took place in the National Eligibility Cum Entrance Examination that was held on May 5. Now, CBI has now detained a first-year student from Ranchi Medical College for alleged involvement with the Solver gang in the NEET UG paper leak case. Now, as per sources, the CBI team had detained the first-year student, and he has been questioned for now. This has come into the limelight after the whole alleged malpractices in the NEET UG paper that was conducted by the National Testing Agency came to light. CBI has been probing who are all involved in the alleged malpractices like paper leak and the Solver gangs case. Now the CBI has detained a student, a first-year student from the Ranchi Medical College for the alleged link to Solver gangs. My colleague Prabhakar Kumar is also joining me for more details. Prabhakar, CBI has detained a first-year student from Ranchi Medical College. How did the CBI manage to establish the link between the student and the alleged Solver gangs?
See, the details as to why that girl was picked up from the Ranchi Medical College is not clear yet, but what we have seen is in the last 2-3 days, around 5 students have been picked up. If you remember yesterday, 4 students from Patna AIMS, they were picked up. They were also allegedly part of the Solvers gang, and today a first-year student has been picked up from the Ranchi Medical College. We are told that she probably had access to the leaked question paper, as we are told, and she was also part of the Solvers gang. So remember, now CBI is inquiring into it. It's all the raids at various places, right from Bihar and Jharkhand. They are all been conducted by CBI, and they are trying to explore 2 angles. One is the alleged leak of the question paper, the leak of the NEET question paper, where the entire gang, the entire cartel which was operating behind it, we know 19 of them are behind bars and a few of them are still absconding. So they are trying to connect the dots. And the other aspect of it is the Solver gang, the students who were involved in solving those question paper. Most of them were the medical students studying in the various medical colleges across India. 4 students have been picked up from Bihar, from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences Patna branch, and 1 from Ranchi. And we are told that there will be a few more arrests actually, which will follow in days to come.
Right. Thank you so much, Prabhakar. And this is the latest arrest that has come in the NEET paper leak probe. Now, after a week-long probe, the state government's General Administration Department has submitted its report on Puja Khedkar. A copy of the report has also been sent to one-member committee formed by the central government. The report is a collection of documents obtained from various agencies to test the veracity of various claims made by Khedkar before joining the IS service. Now, chief among them were medical and income certificates that were submitted so that she could secure OBC and PWD quota benefits. Her parents' background is also covered in the report. Now, in the latest, Pune Police has issued a second notice to IAS officer Puja Khedkar. Now, Pune Police has summoned Puja Khedkar on July 20. My colleague Paras Dama has more details.
So I'll start with one of the most important thing in this entire report is that in this entire matter, the main document which has been submitted by the state government to the central government and the ODPT is that the election commission affidavit on her father, former civil servant Bilkis Khedkar, state his net worth be rupees 40 crores, which conducted. Puja claims that the family annual income was less than 8 lakhs to enable her to avail OBC quota benefit, and the certificate from the RTO stating that Puja did not have a driving license. The report also mentioned her unruly behavior at the Pune collectorate where she was posted. The report also mentions that she has installed an amber beacon and state government logo on the Audi she was using to to the work, and that she had a dispute with a senior official over the use of the Audi. The report also mentions that the time she spent in Pune and she claims the cabin of the additional collector Ajay More and use her personal car for office duty. The submitted report also mentioned the medical report that she has claimed that she is mentally disabled and she has problem with her eyes. So this is the entire report which has been submitted by the state government to the central government. Also a copy of this has been sent to central government. Plus with that, central government also is probing into this entire matter and has to submit the report in 2 weeks. So in this entire matter, trouble is mounting for Puja Khedkar and family.
Now the death toll in the Uttar Pradesh train accident has risen to 4, while several remain injured after several coaches of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh express train derailed in Uttar Pradesh's Gonda yesterday. Restoration work is underway currently. The driver of the Chandigarh-Dibrugarh express claims that he heard a loud explosion before multiple coaches derailed. A high-level inquiry has been ordered in the case. An ex gratia of rupees 10 lakh for the kin of the deceased and rupees 2.5 lakh for those grievously injured has been announced by the railways. Now, out of the 21 coaches, 5 coaches of the AC compartment derailed a few kilometers before the Jhilahi railway station. Several trains have been impacted on the route and a few have been diverted. Now, the politics over the matter is also escalating, with the Congress now hitting out at the centre, saying that this is yet another instance of how Modi government has systematically jeopardized rail safety. The Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will present the first budget of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's third term on July 23. Now, farmers are also keeping a close eye on the budget, especially those in Madhya Pradesh. We reached Sihor, where the country's Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan hails from, to understand the expectations and demands of the farmers from the budget. Take a look.
Mama Ji or Shivraj Singh Chauhan is the new Agriculture Minister of India, and the farmers of Madhya Pradesh have a list of demands and expectations that they hope will be addressed in this union budget. These are the country's food providers. Once every year at the time of union budget year, they look to Delhi with hopes. So we have reached Sihor, the home of country's Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan comes. The district where around 3.50 lakh hectares of land is cultivated in Kharif and 3.56 lakh hectares in Rabi, where 86% of the cultivated area is irrigated, where soybean, paddy and maize are cultivated. Sihor's Sharbati wheat has carved its own identity not only in the country but also globally. Rameshan Verma was seen tying a turban in Chanderi village of Sihor. He's a big farmer, mostly growing wheat and soybean crops. He wants cooperative banks to increase the loan limit. There are also some demands on MSP and storage of produce.
जैसे जिला सहकारिता बैंक में किसानों की जो है लिमिट 10,000 रुपये पर एकड़ है, उसको बढ़ा के मतलब जो है 50-60 हज़ार एकड़, बाकी दूसरी बैंक उन 60,000 दे रही है, तो जिला सहकारिता बैंक को भी जो है 60,000 करना चाहिए उसको बढ़ा के नहीं। और 0% ब्याज में मान लो जो है 10,000 रुपये दे रहे हैं, दूसरी बैंक 7% में जो है 60,000 रुपये दे रही है, तो इनको भी जो है जिला सहकारिता बैंक के लिए भी मतलब जो है कि हम केंद्र में सरकार से ये निवेदन करते हैं कि इसकी जो है लिमिट बढ़ाई जाए। कृषि यंत्र के ऊपर जैसे उन्होंने मान लो सब्सिडी दे रहे थे, वो सब्सिडी उन्होंने ख़त्म कर दी, तो वो सब्सिडी चालू करें वापस। और जीएसटी मान लो कृषि यंत्र के ऊपर जीएसटी नहीं लगना चाहिए।
Bane Singh Rajput prioritizes technology in his fields and also practices organic farming. However, he is upset with the delay in getting seeds. He also wants the market for selling organic products to be accessible and middlemen should be eliminated.
आदरणीय यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री से निवेदन करना चाहता हूं कि किसानों को जो समय पे बीज दिया जाता है उस समय के आधारित पर दिया जाए और नई पद्धति का चयन कर समय पे बीज दिया जाए। अभी मेरे को बीज दिया था जब बोनी होने के बाद में बीज उपलब्ध कराया गया और वो बीज उपलब्ध कराया गया था कि जो किसान ने 4 साल पहले उसका चयन कर लिया गया। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री से निवेदन है कि जैसे आप 6,000 दे दो 10,000 करें। उसके साथ साथ किसानों को जो जीएसटी अनुदान पे जीएसटी लगाई जा रही है उसे खत्म करें।
Anup Mewada is a small farmer. The Madhya Pradesh government has promised an MSP of 2,700 on wheat. He wants the centre to increase it further.
जिला सहकारी बैंक है वो 10,000 रुपये पर एकड़ केसीसी दे रही है और अदर बैंक है 40 से 50,000 रुपये पर एकड़ देती। तो हम यही आशा करते हैं प्रधानमंत्री जी से कि ये जिला सहकारी का जो लिमिट है वो 40 से 50,000 रुपये पर एकड़ की जाए। एनएसपी पे ये गेहूं पर बढ़ना चाहिए भाई, जो इन्होंने 2700 करा था वो 3,000 हो जाए।
MS Mewada is a very popular among the farmers in Sihor. He roams around the village solving many farmers' problems.
वो जनपद सीओ मैडम आई और पीएच का एसडीओ आया और तहसीलदार आया।
Now he is directly requesting Mamaji for an increase in Kisan Samman Nidhi. He also hopes the finance minister's kitty has something new on the issue of crop insurance.
खुशी मनाऊं कि आप लोग कम से कम किसानों की आवाज़ उठाती है। एनडीटीवी हमेशा किसानों की आवाज़ आपने उठाई है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी से भी हमारी बजट में उम्मीद है कि पूरे भारत के किसानों को 10,000 रुपये देना चाहिए, सम्मान निधि। हाँ, 10,000 होना चाहिए क्योंकि 6 नहीं, सबके साथ अन्याय नहीं होना चाहिए। केसीसी हमारी अभी लिमिट बढ़े, जैसे अभी 1 एकड़ पे बैंक जो है 40,000 रुपये देती है, उस लिमिट को बढ़ा के 1 लाख रुपये कर दे। हम तो उसका बाकायदा ब्याज भुगतते हैं। दूसरा समय पे हमें लोन मिले।
Sharbati of Sihor is also called the golden grain, golden in color, heavy on the palm and sweet in taste, hence the name Sharbati. The farmers here hope that the budget will also bring some sweetness in their lives. The farmers of Madhya Pradesh await the budget with bated breath, hoping that their voices will be heard and their demands will be met. In Chanderi village, Sihor, with camera person Rizwan Khan and Anurag Dwari for NDTV.
Now, the union budget will be presented next week in Parliament, and everyone from the middle class to corporates, salaried employees to farmers will be watching to see what's in the budget specifically for them. Now, provisions in the budget could also improve support, accessibility and overall quality of life for those with disabilities. Listen in to disability rights advocate or talking about their expectations from this year's budget.
My expectation from the union budget is quite some. At this point of time, the expenditure that happens on disability sector is less than 0.3% of the total GDP. I want that total expenditure to grow to at least 0.6 to 0.7% of the GDP, so that more people with disabilities are getting impacted, and also the economic empowerment is something else that I am looking forward to for people with disabilities, because unless we put economic empowerment as a priority after the trainings that we provide the person with disabilities, the economy will not flourish.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
in association.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Now, the BJP versus Congress showdown has escalated in Karnataka. BJP has trained guns at Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, seeking his resignation. Now, as per BJP, and that's what they are claiming, that the state is riddled in multiple scams due to corrupt Sarkara in the state. And hence, BJP has also claimed that Karnataka Chief Minister's involvement in this cases like Mysuru Urban Development Authority and his ministers are accused in Karnataka Maharishi Valmiki Scheduled Tribe Development Corporation case have made him unfit to be the chief minister in Karnataka. Now, this has come after there has been ongoing protest on streets in Karnataka against the Congress government in the state. Meanwhile, the Congress government in the state has claimed that all these cases or as per the BJP scams are just a political witch hunt by the BJP to target the Congress government in the state and topple the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah's Sarkara in the state. The Congress party has also claimed that the central agencies are being misused by the centre and the BJP to target the opponents like Congress government in the state. My colleague Pratibha Raman is also joining me for more details. Pratibha, how is the Congress government tackling charges such as the Muda scam and the Valmiki scam now that the BJP is going after Chief Minister Siddaramaiah seeking his resignation?
Well, yesterday the Karnataka Assembly witnessed a lot of ruckus with the BJP getting into the well of the House, protesting against the Chief Minister as well as the Congress government, pointing out the different alleged scams. And in the meantime, this was the time when Chief Minister Siddaramaiah was preparing to get his answers ready for all the questions that were pointed out by the BJP. And in fact, the CM Siddaramaiah went on to speak to the media as well as on the floor of the House, where he suggested that when he is ready to give all the answers, when the Congress has been all the while patient to hear all the allegations that have been leveled by the BJP, why not the BJP give a listening ear when it comes to the CM's answers? Now, this was the kind of arguments that were presented on the floor of the House. However, the House was adjourned yesterday. Today, the session again resumed with a lot of arguments that were pitted against each other. And the House has been adjourned again for about 10 minutes now. In fact, the DCM, Mr. D.K. Shivakumar, did speak to the media where he said that the Congress's strategy would be to prepare and expose all the scams that the previous BJP government was involved in. Why not point out those scams, expose the BJP? So this has turned out to be a political face-off and a political blame game of sorts. We are yet to see what will transpire once the session resumes. Back to you.
Right, Pratibha, and the BJP will not easily let go of these scams like the Muda scam and the Valmiki scam that the Congress has found itself in. Thank you so much for all the details, Pratibha, and joining us on NDTV. Viewers, don't go anywhere. We're slipping into a very short break.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
वो performance सही सारा नहीं थे बढ़िया results मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and
Now, the four-day Republican National Convention just wrapped up with a lengthy speech by former U.S. President Donald Trump. His first since an assassination bid was taken place in Pennsylvania on Saturday. Trump formally accepted the Republican presidential nomination, and for what he said would be the first and only time he countered the assassination attempt. Listen in.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. No? Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. The crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over, but I could see it. wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. I'm only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. Inflation has been a killer for our country. I will bring back the American dream.
Sound a lot like his old self. I heard the first 10 minutes of his speech. I was inside the convention center right behind me. The first 10 minutes were very quiet, very thoughtful. He said that he would recount the experience of surviving the assassination attempt, and he would only tell that story once for the crowd inside the convention center. They were very moving. He seemed very different and very moved. But as the speech grew longer, as the night went on, we started to see the old Trump, and we saw some flashes where he seemed to be fighting against his nature, where he would start to mention President Biden. He never mentioned President Biden by name, but he would start to refer to him. He would go back to some of his familiar themes about the killing fields of our cities, about the crime and anger of illegal immigrants in this country. All of the familiar things we've seen from President Trump over these past 9 years came back tonight in this speech. He did mention, though, that he had been told by Franklin Graham, the pastor, and by others that he needed to dial back the language, he needed to dial back the angry sentiments, and he seemed to be fighting against those two impulses throughout this evening's lengthy speech.
And at 19, Isha Singh is among the youngest Indians to be an Olympian at the Paris Games. NDTV's Uma Sudhir got a chance to shoot questions to the shooting sports star, who says why meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi was very reassuring for them ahead of Olympics. Take a look.
So today I have the privilege of shooting the questions to Isha Singh, who is an Arjuna awardee. You are also Asian Cup champion and also world level champion, now selected among the youngest, in fact, to go to Paris for the Olympics. Does the big stage really unnerve you? What do you do to keep yourself calm?
Well, I like to take gratitude in the opportunities I'm getting, and I feel that these stages that are becoming higher and higher that I'm going to is all because of my hard work, and it's definitely not an individual goal that I'm achieving. It's also like a teamwork of my parents, my friends and my family who have always been supporting me. And I'm just grateful for all these experiences that I'm getting that are making me grow as a person and as an athlete.
You've been on the world stage many, many times, and this time because the name is Olympic, and then what are you going to be doing different in Paris?
I like to believe that just because of a name or a title becomes any bigger doesn't mean that the competition changes. I think it's all in your head, and I would like to go and execute my game as I'm heading to the Olympics, and not go with a result-oriented mindset, but just follow my process and do my best.
You were telling me earlier that, this time the team, you're kind of not taking any chances. What is the Indian team doing different this time? And when Gagan, Narang and others are there, what do they keep drilling into your head?
Well, we've been getting immense amount of support from the Federation, the NRI. They've been doing a very, very good job with us, and they're really trying their best to give whatever they can for the athletes for their best interest. And this time we have psychologists on board, we have an HPD with us, we have an amazing team of coaches, and I think the team has never been strong enough.
And it's a 21-member team, if I'm not wrong, shooting team. Having so many members in the team, does it become a strength or are there just too many?
No, definitely it feels like we're all a whole team, even though it's an individual sport, but having your teammates there really boosts your morale. And yeah, we have a lot of unity, I can say, and since we have been traveling together for so long, really happy looking at the way everybody's achieving, and the amount of medals we got in the Asian Games also proves that you can have your hopes up high for us this Olympics.
What is the most unexpected thing that they're asking you to expect at the Olympics?
Well, I guess I wouldn't say it's unexpected, but having the best performance ever from the Indian team is something I can say.
Okay, best wishes to you. So they're shooting for gold. That's what shooting for the stars we say, shooting for gold. That is what Isha Singh and her friends are going to be doing for us at the Paris stage. In Hyderabad with camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
Well, with that, we are stepping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Maharashtra government submits report on trainee IAS officer case. Report submitted to centre after week-long probe. Junior police sends second notice to IAS Puja. Maharashtra government probe alleged misbehavior by the IAS officer. Uttar Pradesh train accident, death toll rises to 4. Focus on track restoration work.